Good morning everyone on YouTube. No one on Twitch will be here yet. Just gonna wait for a few people to join before we begin. So stream is expected to start in 7 minutes, so if you want to see more relevant content, I guess, I would suggest you skip 7 minutes from this recording, of course. Where are we with our Django fast repository? There we are. Alright, so having a look at our issues. We have 4 issues from last week's stream. So of course we need to verify the Stripe webhook signature. If you remember, we created this, what's it called? This command for registering a webhook. This one here. Actually, let me make this smaller so you can see the entire content. There we go. So what do we have here? Here we do have a management command to be run with Django, right? Hello tdinf or tdinf, welcome, welcome. How are you doing? So this management command here was for registering a Stripe hook, a webhook with Stripe, sorry. To be done kind of automatically, you could just on the command line run this command, manage.py register webhook, then this code here will be executed, right? And what it does is it uses the Stripe package, nothing too special, and registers Stripe webhook. And we're going to save the webhook config inside our database. That's important because we will need the secret to verify all incoming requests. Because otherwise, if we have a look at the webhook handler, where are you? This one. Right, you can get stuff here, right? Anything. This isn't gated, so you as a viewer could go ahead and send stuff to this webhook endpoint, right? And I wouldn't know if this is authentic or not. So we of course need to make this more secure, or secure at all, by using this webhook secret to verify the signature, right? Stripe does have this in the documentation. So we are going to do this according to their suggestions. So the stream is supposed to start in 4 minutes. So if there are any questions beforehand, please go ahead and ask them. Otherwise, I will go over the other points for today. You asked me to demonstrate the process of create a requirements specification and scope on Discord. Okay, sorry. Which channel was it at? Sorry. Or are you Simon? If you're Simon, then I answered this on stream last week, but I can repeat it. It was in the business. Okay. Let me disable this. It was quite a while ago. Alright, do you have a timestamp for me? You're the TDAT guy. Okay, I see. So there was a conversation with you here. Oh, I see, this is your message. Okay, I see, yeah. Let me quickly grab something to drink too. Okay, so this is based on the entire conversation up here, right? So calorie builder, okay. Any development will cost. Okay, I see. Okay, so what was interesting here is the user had a rather, I want to say, a simple requirement or a simple plan to do a calorie counting app. Sounds simple enough. You input something, or I'm not sure, you input the weight every day, fine, but it doesn't matter what you do. But they're apparently working with this for a client, right? So they aren't planning on doing this on their own. So they need to have some sort of requirements. Right? That's also what you asked too. And of course, what I answered here, I make these 3 points. Yeah, requirements, specifications, and scope, whatever needs to be in your contract, right? So if you were to create a software solution for anyone really that pays you, you need requirements, you need specifications, and you need scope, right? The scope is what, for example, here the scope is the mobile app. And the scope, where does it start, where does it end? Developing the mobile app is one scope. But for example, putting it out to the App and Play Store is another scope. Maintaining it is something else. Who will handle customer requests? Will you do this? Will you only address the technical concerns? Will the other concerns be addressed by an employee of your client, for example? This is the scope, right? What are you expected to deliver, right? Are you just expected to develop a mobile app, and then after you are done, we'll go to done in a second, and after you're done, you just hand over the GitHub repository, and then their tech team takes it from there? Question mark. So this would mean that they would have to build it, they would have to put it on the relevant stores, they would have to manage the listing for the stores, all the legal requirements, all the store term of service stuff. For example, if you are publishing, I've done this before, so I know what's required. If you are to publish on an app store, I've created apps that are live on the App Store, for example, and you will have to have a test user, for example, right? So the quality assurance team from Apple will log into your application and see kind of what it does in simplistic terms. So this is also something that needs to be in the contract. This is scope. And then requirement specifications often go hand in hand, right? So requirements is what is required of you for the application, right? Requirements might be a login, typical for something like a social or calorie counting application, right? So you have your login, you have to have a way to count calories and to input your weight and stuff. Those are requirements. And for specifications, how does the app need to let me put this in better words. Better words. Sorry, this is a bit tough and not native language. For example, a specification needs to be that a requirement would for example be that you need to provide login for your user, right? A specification, for example, would then be your database, which stores user data, needs to be inside the European Union for legal reasons. And the way specification and all the legal stuff, this comes with experience, right? You will learn this rather quickly from your first few projects. And then you can ask these questions like, does it matter for you where your database is stationed and stuff? And usually it does, but just asking from it shows your opponent or your potential client that you know what you're doing, right? And of course you want to show the others that you know what you're doing. And for requirements, this is so specification and the details of the requirements are what needs to be there, and the specifications is how will it be there or how will it be orchestrated, right? So requirement, if it's just requirement is a web application, and specification is, for example, the tech stack you're using. But all of this will need to be talked to with your client, right? So most of the times they just care that it works, right? So you are gonna tell them the specifications that you are taking anyway, because it might be interesting for them to know that you are. See, if this is a small client, they don't even know all the legal ramifications, perhaps, or perhaps they expect you to know them anyway because you're the expert. So having user data on a server inside the European Union is a GDPR concern, right? If you have it inside the European Union, that's great because American companies are bad. Yeah, you see all the legal processes the European Union pulls against the big American clients, right? So they're also threatening TikTok if they don't remove this addiction feature where users are rewarded for watching videos for a certain amount of time. This was in the news just yesterday, I think. And all of this will be in your contract because after you are done with your work, or I usually would, it depends on the size of all the project, but perhaps you will have a milestone pricing, right? So the user, for example, there are 4 milestones, right? The fourth is when you're officially done with the project. And so you might, for example, structure the payment or the payouts. The payout structure would be in 5 parts, right? So you get the first part before you start to work as kind of an incentive. Then after you hit the first milestone, you get a 5th, and then so forth until you're done. But all of this also needs to be in a contract, right? What is expected to be inside the first milestone, right? First milestone might be that the login works and you have a certain testing environment where the client can log in, for example, right? And the final milestone might be, or let's say the penultimate milestone might be that you can publish it to the App Store in a testing environment, right? So the App Store and Play Store also have a internal testing mode where you can put production ready apps there to test before actually rolling them out to all your users. So I hope I kind of answered the question afterward. If not, please ask more specific. Demonstration of development of a contract for an imaginary project would be invaluable. I see where you're coming from. Actually, so let me put out the chat over here. I'll pop out the chat because this is something that worked great previously. Where are you? Go over here. The thing is, I wanted to do something better even, right? What I wanted to do was find I've posted this on a newsletter. I don't know where it was, but I'm not 100% sure anymore where this was. So by the way, this was a goal where I wanted to become an affiliate, which I managed to do by now. But something that I wanted to offer, right, was I would do a real life project from start to finish with for example, a non-profit organization, right? I don't know which post this has in. I feel like it was an older one, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, you had it for several streams ago. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do, but I didn't, and no one really spoke up for this. But the thing is, I can do this with myself too, but ideally I would want to have someone to talk to, right? So maybe this was here. Yeah, there it was. A real world web application for free. Right? What's the share button do? Oh, it lets you share the post, obviously. Yeah, I have a couple of existing clients, and I also talk to them whether I can develop something for free, not free, sorry. If I could develop the upcoming features that they already paid me for cheaper, right? So I offered them a discount, so I could do this on stream. but no one accepted. So they only want to have the secrecy amongst it. So yeah, thing is, there are a lot of different options, right? So I wanted to go with a non-profit for kind of obvious reasons, I think. But here's a few points that I would require, right? So everything would need to be on stream. The opposing party needs to be really committed. So I'm offering something of great value for free, but of course they would need to be involved constantly, right? What is the difference in development and production process of your products? This is a very generic question or a broad question. What do you mean, the entire process of how a application goes to market? I'm not 100% sure what you mean by that question, sorry. So if you're watching this on a recording, and you would have something that applies to this, you can still hit me up. So let's talk quickly about the plan for today. So we are going to verify our Stripe webhook signature, right? Then we make the organization plans configurable. Yeah, we said we're going to just with the feature flags, right? Then upsell jobs for salary. Do we have this here? Yeah, we kind of do. So we have salary stuff, we have webhook, sig verification, and we have, I'm going to call it feature flags because it seems to be a popular term, and subs on user level, because you might not want to enable organization when you are using the boilerplate. Very good. So we're gonna actually start with the webhook verification, because this was something that we haven't. Sorry, that we have kind of already finished, but not really. So let's go with this. We want to go with webhook endpoints. Very good. I think this is it. Create an endpoint. Notice it's just creating a webhook endpoint. So it's not working with endpoints. Let's see if this is here. Webhook. I don't care about the events really. Maybe this one. Example payload. Yes, this sounds great. What I find really interesting is here we have an example for Django, right? Good for us, we're using Django. But usually I only see Flask examples. And throughout the Stripe documentation, I don't feel like they are really sure that whether they want to use with Flask or Django. So here is nothing with verification. There we go. We are going to secure our endpoint. Okay, so here's what's new. So we need our signature header. We get this from the request, from its meta part. And then we need the webhook secret. So how do we get this? Of course, when we register this, we had our webhook config. Actually, should we make the webhook config a singleton? This could be interesting, so we would only have one webhook config, but the thing is, if we were to have multiple configs, for whatever reasons, because we have a different handler or different listeners, we would make this, well, not ideal. So but the question is, can we check which webhook config is part of which webhook endpoint this works with. So of course we do have the URL, but the status of course not. The secret we want to retrieve, and the ID, I don't think the idea is the ID is present. Verify manually. What is it? Okay, yeah, we could. Okay, so we can. We could also use public cryptography to work with this. Good morning from the UK. Quirky Turtle. Sorry. Watching background or working. You missed the last stream. Sorry, be a pain. Could you please summarize what you did the last stream? Yes. I also made a post here, so I'm gonna use the post as a quick mental help for me. Of course, I will post the link to that too. So the week 2 progress. So last week we did all of this, right? So I'm not sure which we did in the first and the last stream, first and second stream last week. So I'm gonna go with them, as a unit, for example, as a unit now. So we had a look at different payment providers. We checked out a few, Paddle, Lemon Squeezy, a couple others, and went with Stripe, right? And we went with first-party Stripe SDK and not use DJ Stripe. DJ Stripe is a package to work with, supposed to be, I mean, it was great. I used it for one of my my projects before, and it is a package for Django which will automatically synchronize all the plans and stuff, so you can work with them inside the Django ORM as you would work with Stripe. An admin action, a function, so I can showcase this alongside if you want. Oh boy, what was my password? I'm not sure if this was my login, so if I fail now, I'm sorry. No, this was right. So for example, here, when you want to add a product, you will see you will only be asked for a Stripe ID, right? But if you have a look at products, they of course have more data, and we fetch all of this from Stripe. So I showed you how to work with safe actions and stuff. And what was there too? What else was there? I'm already subscribed. So if you're not subscribed to the webpage, please do so. Yeah, very good. Yeah, we also researched how to, a lot of last week's content was researching on showing you how I would research a topic like this. So ideally you don't program as much, you research more. The more you research, the less you have to program, because otherwise you will have to rework your own stuff constantly, which is of course not ideal. Then we implemented our subscriptions. We made a tiny tracking mechanism for checkout sessions, which we will use today to send a customer a notification that they did not complete their what's it called, their checkout session. Made the webhook handler, a management command that I showed initially, and the endpoint will store in a secret. We will use the secret now to verify the event. We made a subscription required decorator, right? So we can easily put stuff behind a paywall. And we added lifecycle hooks. So a lifecycle hook was here. So for this works on a database model, right? So on the subscription model. And the hook works whenever something happens. After an update, when the status, which is one of the fields, this one, was active before and is now cancelled, which means a user's subscription has ended, then this function is executed. And there we go, we're gonna send him an email. We verified all of this on the stream, so it's working. And if you want to have a look at it, go back to the recording from last week. Everything's there in great detail. Okay, yeah, check it out. It's really, I think it's really valuable. If you have questions, put them on YouTube. I'm answering all of them on YouTube, or put them on Discord. It works fine too. So we were with securing the endpoint. Right, so every endpoint has its separate secret. The signature header we get from the signature we get from the request, and then we use our endpoint secret to verify whether this is correct. So the endpoint secret is what we have stored in the database, right? So here on our webhook configs, we have this secret. And the question is now, we could theoretically have multiple configurations for the webhooks, right? And if we have multiple configs, then of course we need to have the correct one. And the question is whether we know from either of these requests, from anything before we go here, if we know which configs this works with. So this is it. So we have the header. Do we see something from the header? Do we see the header here? This, we did this. We registered it, right? And we will go back to this and not waste too much time now. So for config, which will be a web hook config, right? Let's import this objects. Yeah, we're just gonna get the first, and we are assume that this works. Secret, yeah, that's true, but we want to make sure this is a string. And how do we decode this now? So we have our header, and now, very interesting, we no longer need the Stripe API key to construct the event, right? So we just use the header and the endpoint secret. Okay, let's just call this endpoint secret to be more consistent. And now we have a verification error. 2. So not only the value error, but the verification error too. So this is with an invalid payload, and this is with an invalid signature. So we're gonna put this into the logger, but we are gonna use the apparently more optimized method of putting this out, right? We have done this here, and this apparently is good. Is better for performance for the logger. What's it called? For the logger library, we have a new follower. Oh, a spammer. Well, they followed but aren't posting anything. Very interesting. Okay. So, very good. We have the verification error here, and otherwise we are good to go. So this pretty much should be it. Now, actually, why shouldn't we have a try? So we start the server, right? And then we also go with the Stripe CLI for listening. Yes. So the only difference here is, right, we are now using a, actually quickly let me hide my stream because we need to go into the Stripe dashboard again. I'm gonna answer your question in a second, Big Wooka. I do prefer F strings. So the question here was, oh, you got interrupted by net. I'm sorry. I can't turn them off. What about f strings? The difference is an f string. Yeah, I would love to use f strings, and I did use f strings last week. But apparently the logger. Hang on, let me. Apparently the logger is this is a significantly where is it? Yeah, the logging library is optimized to use this formatting style, right? And here's a few links to this one. So this is why it is recommended to use this formatting style, because it is optimized for it. I used f strings last week, and it was marked as a code smell, so this is why I removed it. But good catch, good catch. So we go to webhooks, and here we have, of course, listening. This is our local webhook. This was the one we automatically created, right, with the register command. And we have the secret from this webhook endpoint, right? Not from this one, but we're using this one now. So we need to put this from the local one into the database, right? So we've updated our secret now. And where are we with the logs here? Now let's send an event. And we send an event by just changing a subscription. For example, this one, I think. Yeah, so we're gonna update this and change the quantity to 77. Need to put in a password, fine. There we go, there was an error. Why was there an error? Oh, I don't have the subscription. I don't have the subscription in my database. This is of course interesting too. Which subscriptions do I have in my database? The one with RN at the end. So I'm going to look for this one and edit this one. This one has been cancelled. Can I restart it? No, I can't. Not a problem. We're gonna start a new subscription with what we have already programmed. So we go to organizations, right? We use any of the organizations. For example, this one, I'm only a member, so I can't. Here, I'm an admin, so we're gonna add a subscription. Our secret key is no longer valid. Fine, we're gonna use a new API key. So this one is already gone. We roll the key. So we can delete this key, right? And then we roll another key for 1 hour. So this key is valid for 1 hour only. We're going to put this into our config file here. Sorry, the microphone is in the way of the terminal. So yeah, restart this, and then we are. So this error was expected. I obviously forgot about it, but it was expected because we don't have a valid Stripe key. Because we, during the stream, we only set these keys to expire in 2 hours, so nobody can really make any stupid stuff with it. So let's add a subscription now. We only have one seat. So let me also show you this. Now the price is, we created a subscription plan to be $10 per seat, right? So if we go back and invite another user, new user, we invite this user. Let's also show you MailPit so you see that this works on the mailing side as well. I invite this user here. We see there a mail went out to this user. You have invited to an organization. Please click the link to reset your password and you will be added to the organization. Now we have 2 if we add a subscription. Now, of course, the price is double. It is $20. And it has 4 bucks of VAT because we configured this in Stripe to work with our billing address, right? So we're gonna put in stuff here. something, a postal code, a valid one. I'm not purchasing business. Pay and subscribe. Don't save this card. Very good, we got a check mark. This is good, we found this. Because this is at the success. View. This one. Because it says I think it says cancel at, I'm not sure. Cancel at, yes. Where are you? Works fine now, I hope. So let's restart this. Very good, we have an active subscription. If we click on the customer portal, we should see the details. Very good, we have the organization subscription for 2 seats, right? And there we are. We should now have a new subscription here. Yes, this one I think. Yeah, this one is active. Did we get... Yeah, so we already got some... Was this a webhook request? No, this was not a webhook request. Here was something for the webhook, so whatever happened with the webhook worked. Let's have a look at this too. So this... Alright, so we didn't care about the price. But we can change this new subscription to, I just forgot this one then. And we can say cancel subscription at the end of the current period, right? So there was an error somewhere. This is good, we want to catch our errors and fix them. So somewhere here. So where are you? Where was it? During the syncing process, perhaps? So if we sync this from Stripe, okay, so we probably had an issue with any of the date stamps, really. But the question is which one? So, okay, during the save, okay, so any of the, so one of the two arguments, so either this one, or this one was not in a string format. So the times, let me have a look at a webhook example, the payload here. Actually, let's just print this because otherwise I'm not sure I can find this quickly enough. So we're gonna put it like this. And actually, can I replay this? This would be awesome. Oh, it's disconnected. Why is it disconnected? Oh, it no longer is. Okay. Events, all right. So this could be good. Can we replay this? Please? Usually you can, for example, have this event. Coca, hi, welcome, welcome. You would usually have this event and you could click on replay and it would resend it. I mean, usually, apparently not with Stripe. But response body. No, this was another time. Oh, so this is logs that we sent, right? So cancel that. Of course, these are numbers. But from a timestamp, you see timestamp is a float. Why did why did it say it needs a oh boy. This somewhere happens under the hood, right? So, where's the issue with save? Save is what we call, right? And then something in the model main logic doesn't work. So this is somewhere parsed somewhere. And this apparently is an issue. Yeah, from ISO format, of course, needs a string, but this is not a function that I'm calling here. Let's try it again. Alright, just say don't cancel. Same issue again. But now we have this. And this, of course, is already, this is the representation of the object, right? So cancel at is null, fine. Because we no longer cancel it, what does it say in the database? It says active, and this is the initial data. So we have, actually let's try something very interesting. Okay, so it works. It is any of these ones. So we did have a, where were we? Current period start. Where is it? Current period start and end. Just because of the time zone format. Let's remove the time zone for one moment. The problem is I don't get much stuff here in terms of error message. So yeah. Yeah, now I get the warnings about the time zone. Yeah, it's a bit of boring shotgun debugging, really. So here we got a, so from timestamp, what does this give us anyway? This gives me a datetime object, right? So it is datetime, and datetime should be what I can put there. So we have an obvious problem here. I think you may need to adhere to migrations problem because of defaults you place in an old migration. Because of the default field, it would be an interesting issue. I haven't had this before. This is a Hail Mary, really. Shouldn't make a difference, and I will probably remove this migration later on. But just to verify whether this is a problem. But I don't have a default value. I have required values, but I don't have a default value. So I still have this issue. Nice, an image. Do they have a default here? Where is the models file? Oh boy. Oh, this is very interesting. How did you realize this? Do you want me to add this or not add this? This can be a good tip, but I'm not sure if you mean it the right way, because I don't have an auto now add on any of my date file fields here. But the question is, it could be a lifecycle model also doesn't have any of these, but of course my base model does have an auto add field. That's for the created add, and I'm not really sure if the problem is I don't know where this is, right? So this is on an internal field. I don't know if it's on the base model, but I don't think it's on the base model, because if it were on the base model, then no, it's not. It can't be on the base model, right? Because we already we comment. Let's make this a bit better. So let's put this on the side here. I'm sorry, I have to make this so super big because otherwise my huge 4K screen would make this unbearable for you guys. So here we have this sync function right here. And if we were to remove these lines, right, then it works. So what does this guy have here? It has okay. I don't think this is our problem. No, I killed the chat. I have the chat on the other screen now, so it's still kind of fine. Okay, let's do something even weirder. So the current period start and period end would not be changed by this. It worked now. Okay, so let's have a look at if this was a problem. Don't cancel. Did we get a webhook? Or was this the previous one? I'm not sure. Let's recancel this. Works. So the issue we have is just with cancel at. Do we have a cancel at? Maybe I just don't have the... No, we have cancel at, and then we have this. And the issue here is, what might the issue be? So we have datetime.from timestamp, yes, subscription.cancel at, which is present, and but only if this exists. Otherwise it's none. So an interesting observation here is cancel at can be none. All right, let's test this in two ways again. So now it is not active, right? So if we click on don't cancel, we have an issue, right? This might not be, this might be fine, actually. What happens if we cancel it now? Does it work now? It's very possible that it works. Did it? I don't think so. I also don't see a call. What did we do here? We said, yeah. If we cancel the subscription, do we even get a webhook? No, we don't. This is very interesting. Actually, what are these weird brackets here? Why was there a tuple? I think I might have just had a syntax error. So if we don't cancel this, nothing. Okay, I clicked on don't cancel now. A webhook worked. Good. And if we cancel this, okay, it also works. So your question was actually, let me, guys, can you bear with me for a second? Do we have a chat now? We had a follower, 0xd9, welcome. So let's go into this. Yeah, there we go. We should now see a chat on stream, right? Can you guys see a chat on stream? As you can see here, I'm not the biggest pro with OBS, but putting this over here, can anyone type something in chat now, please? Actually, I can. Clicking on, yeah, so we have a chat here. Do you guys think this chat is acceptable, or do you think it looks horrible? The issue was that it was still on the old, it was for the old channel name. Now I of course changed the channel name from DAX to this one. So this might be the issue, or this definitely was the issue. You're seeing OBS now, yeah, it's true, but you should also see a chat up there. Oh, you're seeing the stream manager now. You should not be seeing the stream manager now. Oh, you should see a beautiful IDE. Yeah, so chat is here, I think. Perhaps even let's make this one bigger. Put it up here. Nobody really cares about today's tasks, let's be honest. Chat messages look weird as F. So perhaps I need to change the... Let me try something interesting. Oh, no, what did I do now? I flipped it. Okay. So my goal is to have a higher resolution here. Not sure if it works, but it becomes too tiny probably. So if we just go with 1500 for this, perhaps. No, the width is the problem. Okay. So this needs to be like 750 perhaps. No, shouldn't be. Let's go with 600. $625 it is. Okay, so I think this when I hit save, this should be fine. So now we can see actual chat here without me having to. So now I can also have a look at chat on the other screen. Where's the other screen? There it is. And you should probably also still see the stuff. Okay, so very good. The issue was, by the way, not really an issue at all. This is why it was super hard for me to find. If we have a look at the changed code, the issue was, so we're gonna remove this afterwards. It is, see, there was this line and this line here, and for whatever reason, this was already valid syntax and it was wrapped inside this, so probably had a typo somewhere and just reformatted it like this in a super weird way, and it was already fine like this. So now we have a cancel date, and if we don't cancel this, we also got a webhook call, and now there is no longer a cancel after date. So these weird errors, that's also why I couldn't find anything great looking online, was the issue. So very fun. Or not rather. So, okay. Great. Now that we have this, we have a webhook with the secret. So we are very much good to go. Let's reference this issue. This is issue number 18. So we're gonna put in 18 here, and then our message, which will pretty much just be the issue name in this case. Verify Stripe webhook signature with previously stored webhook secret. Secret. English is a hard language for me. There we go. What we didn't do is check the pre-commit hooks, right? So let's go back and do ORS of pre-commit. Let's do it like this. Couple of issues. Funny enough would be if this would have been reformatted now. So there was a do you see this? Why is there a, why was this added, right? This, I don't understand, but this printer shouldn't have been there. So 2 prints were found, which was an issue. This is fine. So those are all things that we argued last time, while they aren't really problems. So we have code style improvements. Allegedly, here's was split up into 2. I would assume, yes, for line length reasons. Fine. Let's commit and push this, and here we should have 2. For the second one, now we have 2 commits referencing this issue, right? So if we click on this, we see what happened. Very good. So we can also close this issue now. Next up on the chopping block, we do have, so do we want to do scheduled jobs, meaning salary and async stuff now, because we haven't touched on salary before, or should we rather go with the subscription plans? Give me a quick shout, please. Actually, we can do a poll. I now know how to do this. Nope, not here. Alright, let's start a 1-minute poll. There's not that many people here, but it's a fun feature nonetheless. I assume it's salary, so I'm just gonna stop preparing for that. So 50% of all viewers have already voted, which is an awesome percentage. And so what Salary does, actually let's pull up the website for Salary. So Salary is a distributed task queue, which means Salary runs on a different instance at a different place than Django itself, right? And can handle, and well, it's a task queue, so it has a lot of different stuff in the queue, and then distributes these work tasks, which will be done by individual workers as we go, right? So the benefit of this is if we have some compute intensive stuff, or maybe stuff that will be initialized later on, we can't really do this with Django on its own, right? Or if we have a compute intensive task, which for example takes 30 seconds, let's say, which is a long time on the web, and you have 4 workers on your production Django, and you would wait for this 30-second task to be completed, your one of the 4 workers is blocked for half a minute, right? And if 4 people start the same task, well, no one else can use the web app, which is horrible. So what we do instead, we tell the user, yes, your task has been received. We will make sure it will be executed, and after it's done, you will get, for example, an email confirmation, or you can see it in your dashboard and stuff, right? So this is a great idea, and this is also something that is used pretty much everywhere, and we of course also want to use it. And this is one of the things, like right? So for this, for heavy load, and the other one is where for chronological stuff, for example, checks that should be done every night. How do we know our application needs Salary? Well, it really depends on what your application should do, right? This is part of gathering the requirements. You see how complex your setup needs to be. If you, for example, only need to create a landing page for your client, you probably shouldn't even go with Django, right? You should do something static, perhaps only with HTML and CSS, or with a lightweight front-end framework. But the more features are required, the more you have to think and how to perfectly or ideally flesh out your tech stack. And the next thing is, you know that Salary exists, right? And what Salary can do, but your client doesn't or might not know. What am I getting at? Of course, you can tell your client what you can do, or what other. See, I work with the rental, real estate, and travel business most. And some issue or some feature that one of these clients has, one of my others already had the same issue, and I fixed it. And I can kind of upsell them or give them new ideas, which is also something that I sell alongside, right? I'm not just selling the software, I'm selling the complete package. I'm also selling my idea input, right? So if you, for example, are new, kind of new in the industry, then I can give you valuable insights from what others are doing and what's perhaps possible. And of course, you can also do this for an upsell to justify a higher maintenance contract. You can say, well, what we can do, we develop the software now as is, but we keep in mind that we will perhaps later need something like Salary, right? So we are going to add it now, because adding it now is significantly cheaper than having to add it later. And you can then just add Salary without needing it too much, but you will be pretty sure you will need it later on. So, for example, prime examples for Salary tasks. is anything that has a lot of users and is depending on an external service. So if you, for example, AI is a very hot topic. But if you, for example, let's say you are super smart and create in just the next AI wrapper, but the wrapper is for creating a new image, right? So a user would have a form, put in a name for a T-shirt, for example, then a prompt that they would want to send to some AI stuff, then another prompt that they will send to some image-based AI stuff, and something that they will do for a video, for example, and then you would talk to 3 different APIs, AI services, get all the crap together, and then put it out on a shop website, for example. If you let the user put in all the data, click on submit, and then you would have behind the scenes to talk to ChatGPT for text, for product description, for example, then to what have you, Dolly for an image, and I don't know what's good on video nowadays. You would talk to those to create a short product video. Right? This doesn't just take time, but this needs time that you don't really know how much it will be because it's an external service. If they're under a heavy load, it might take longer than when they're not. So you would say, yes, we have received your task and we are working on it, right? This is then yeah. How would this look in a view, right? So let's use a simple view with, for example, add organization view, right? So you would say you would have a form here, form is valid, fine, and then you would save the form, store the job for later, right? Put it in the queue, and redirect the user to somewhere else. For example, here to the list of organizations. And then they will perhaps see a pending job, and the pending job is fine. It is pending, and it doesn't block a Django worker. What it does is it waits inside the salary task queue here until salary gives this to a worker, and the worker will then execute all the stuff, talk to the different AI services, put all the stuff together, put it on your shop, and then later on tell you it's done. Right? So that's pretty much it. And this, of course, I hope you see the value of this. Now, this has huge value, and it's also asynchronous, so you don't have to wait for it to complete. It will be finished at some point, and then we will tell the database it's done. And what we can do now is, for the models, or what we wanted to do, like in here, we have schedule upsell job. So what we want to do now is, when a user visits a payments page but does not subscribe to a plan, send them a reminder after X time. All right. So we will also use certain settings now. Here for a subscription, not subscription. Where is it? There is a checkout session somewhere. Yeah, here we have a Stripes checkout session, which is used a couple of times, right? So we have it in notice such as migrations. Yeah, first off, we have it in the add subscription to organization view. Easy enough, right? So how this works is, if a user is an admin, everything's fine, we will create a new Stripes checkout session with this success URL, certain line items, and certain metadata, fine enough. And then we will add a database object with Stripe checkout session, right? We put this in our database. And what we have here is the session ID, the organization it's for, and the status. And since this is inheriting from base model, we also have the created at field. So we don't need it just at this instance, but we will get this here, right? So this is the success view, and at the success view, once everything's done, we create the subscription in our database, and we set the status of the checkout session to success. So in our database, if we were to open up the stack again, have our, where are they? Session stuff. So here we have a couple of sessions, and we have different statuses, right? We have a couple of success, and most of them are just pending. So now we have 12 checkout sessions. If I were to use our application that we already programmed, go to a new organization, for example, any really. Let's create a new one, new subcheck. And if we add a subscription now, so this already happened. See, we have a 12th session for new subject, this one. And it is pending. Yes. So far so good. And if it has been pending for, let's say, I don't know, whatever time, let's say 3 hours, we want to send the user a reminder. What we're going to do now is we're going to go into our base file. Where is it? Base py. Our base settings file, I should say, is do something we call Django fast settings, and we are gonna do, what are we gonna do? We're gonna do settings for enable checkout session reminders. Checkout session reminder. Reminder, not remission. Okay. Is this the same syntax we use here? Yes, it is. Good. Perhaps put this to false later on, but now for our testing and for our development, we will have this here. So what we do now, we're gonna have a look at the one existing tasks file. This is a task. This is a valid task from salary, right? Let's put this over there. But since this is not really, this is part of billing, I would say, right? So in billing, we create a new Python. Oh boy. Okay, what's the problem? We are gonna call it tasks.py, right? Go over here. And well, it is pretty much the same as this, but we don't need the user. And we're gonna change the name for checkout session reminders. And let's add a comment and see if the autopilot gives us good ideas. Okay, send reminders to users with pending checkout sessions. Good. Yeah. Give us the code too. Let's accept this and have a look. Because it doesn't look so bad. We don't need this one anymore. Pending session, get all pending. Okay, this is not what we wanted. Let's remove this again. Get all pending checkout sessions older than 3 hours. Give it a code. Create that. Yes, this is correct. Need to import this. Fine. This one and this one. And actually, let's go to them to checkout sessions and do user reminded is a Boolean field, false as a default. Very good. We of course need to make migrations for this. And now, what are we going to do now? Come on. Yes, so far so good. Oh, this is a good idea. This function doesn't exist yet, but we should probably do it. Sorry, what am I doing? Send a reminder. Send email, you have a pending purchase. Okay. I'm not writing this to do for myself, but for you as a future user of this application, right? So change your email template for reminders. Actually, all of these things I will prefix with to do now. So when you are using this application, you will know what to do. Okay, so send reminder, fine. And send a reminder to the user. User reminded is then true. Did we call it this? Yeah. Okay, do we need anything else? No, okay, the AI doesn't give us any help. Let's use our own brain. These are the pending sessions. Okay, so if not settings dot, sorry, my brain went, what did we call it? That we just return, right? So this only is executed if we want to enable these checkout reminders. So we now, of course, need to add this to a schedule, and a schedule will tell Celery whenever it should execute something like this. So let's check the schedule. This one? Yes, this one. Let me be lazy now and grab this from something we already did on stream. Right, so here we have our salary beat schedule and the scheduler. We have this in the base file. We have the scheduler here, and then we will add the schedule below. Right, so we have a task, put it on the right. Checkout session reminders, that's the name, fine. Where is it located? Let's remove this one. It is in Django Fast. Billing, task, checkout session reminders. Right, so let's have a look here. Django Fast, billing, tasks, checkout session reminder. Schedule every whatever time we want it. This would be, of course, every 60 seconds, I think. Where are we? Salary, give me more. So we have the schedule. Where is the schedule? Here, run every. No, that's the wrong schedule. We need the salary beat schedule. I can't see much on my screen really. What is it? Maybe schedule. Okay. Let's see if we find something else. No. Schedule entry. Yeah. Show me more like this. Oh boy. I am looking like an idiot now. Oh. So this is the schedule, right? So we have a name for the individual schedule with a task in a schedule, right? But this schedule type can be something different too. It doesn't have to be like time delta. It can also be a cron tab thing. Yeah, there we go. Cron tab. Very good. This is something everyone. So this runs at the first of every month at 2 minutes past midnight. This runs at 5 past midnight every day. This runs at midnight every day. This runs once every hour. So does this. So what we want to have a look at then probably would be cron tab. The cron tab implementation here. Cron tab schedules. See, this is exactly what we wanted, right? So we have beat schedule, which is the beat schedule here. This is what I was looking for. So I'm sorry for being super stupid, because I want to have this. Don't tell me this is the link that I was looking for all along. Not really. Okay, great. So because I want to put this here, I want to put the schedules here for you guys to have a look at how these work. So this would do since it's here anyway. So every 15 minutes, or this means are dividable by 3, right? So you have 0, hour 0, which is midnight and midday, and you have 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, and 21, right? So pretty much everything that's here. And we can have a look at how often we want to send these out. If we want to send these out daily at midnight, for example, we would have, as for a schedule here, have the cron tab, but newer versions actually expect it like this. And we, for example, can put this out. The thing is, when do we want to send this out, right? Maybe send this out at 2 p.m. Yeah, sending it out at 2 p.m. might make sense, because this would tell people, well, you forgot something. If you just send it out during the night, people will look at their phone at the morning, have 50,000 notifications, and probably not that receptible, whatever. They won't look as much. If you send it at 4 p.m., 2 or 4 p.m., for example, they might be interested more. So we have a schedule now, and let's have a look if we run into any errors. I don't think we should. All great. So what changed now is if we have a look at our web panel here, during period we have periodic tasks here for Celery, right? And yeah, we have checkout session reminders, and this runs every 0 minutes, 16 hours, right? So only once per day at 4 p.m. right? But you can take this here and say run selected tasks. So, and then I could trigger this manually. And what I'd expect is have at least one mail sent out. So I'm clicking this. Did anything happen? It did not. None type has no attribute owner. Okay, so perhaps we don't have an organization set for all of them yet. So, self-organization. If not self dot organization and math. You know the drill. Of course, should be an or and not an and. So do we want to have reminders sent out multiple times? Perhaps, perhaps not. We could of course have this in the tasks here too. Here we only grab status pending, and we could also of course have user reminded false, so we don't do this multiple times. Let's see here. Made a few changes. Let's run this task again. There we go. Over here we see a little tiny 3. Complete your purchase. 3 emails have been sent out to this address. Okay, well, I own all of these organizations and other applications, so that's fine. 3 mails went out. This is what we wanted. If we have a look at a checkout session here, let's add this to the admin. Billing for a checkout session, sorry. We want to user reminded, please. Yes, so we see for a couple of users, a couple users have been reminded. So all of these without an application will also be sent to true, as per our task here. Where is it? The task here means we send a reminder and then we set it to reminded for true. If you can change this behavior if you want to have it differently, but if you would like do it like this, then any invalid organization, any invalid entries which don't have an organization, which shouldn't be true. This was only during our development process, have also been reminded. Who has not been reminded? Of course, this one, because it is too young. This one, no, because this was done less than 3 hours ago. This is a success, and this is also a success, so very good. And now, of course, we have this, right? Enable checkout session reminders, and now we're going to set this to false, because perhaps you wouldn't want to have this enabled by default. So this is just kind of an add-on, and you can use this if you want, but you don't have to if you don't. Very good. Let's run pre-commit and push this to our repository. Nope, we are here with pre-commit. Any changes, do your formatting yourself, please. Any new issues? No, only those that are fine anyway. We reference our issue. Our issue was number 10 as email reminders for pending sessions after 3 hours. Actually, let's do something else. Here, it could be that they added a second session and they completed the second session, right? So here we do if self.organization dot subscription, right? This means that they already have a subscription. We would just return 2, right? There we go. Because the customer or the organization could have started multiple sessions, and well, if they did subscribe on one, then we don't have to remind them on the others, right? Good. Now that we found this issue before we pushed it live, yes, now we have this information here that we have a commit with a to-do, which is this one, but this to-do is not for me, this is for you when you get access to this code base and want to do something with it. All right, let's push this out. Great, now we have a commit referencing this and we can close this issue. So next up will be subscriptions on a user level and feature flags. Does anyone here have a question? Otherwise I will do a quick bathroom break for 3 minutes. Actually, I will do a quick bathroom break for 3 minutes anyway. And if there are questions, put them into chat. You should now see the chat somewhere over there too. And I will answer them afterwards. So 3-minute break, BRB. Actually gonna have to make a phone call too. So let me mute my microphone. Be right back. So, welcome back. One question, or another question. Thank you for this amazing content. Well, Big Wooker, thank you so much for being here. This content wouldn't be possible if it weren't for great viewers like you. So, we made all of these. Let's actually clean out these tasks for a moment. So we have webhook. This is done. Oh, this is also done. Feature flags, and I mean, we added one feature flag, super tiny one, but we will also have a flag for subscriptions for users and subscriptions for what's it called, for organizations, and we will use context processors for this because it's something we haven't used yet and would work very nicely. So, where are we? We'll also use a middleware for this then, for the feature enabling thingies. So let's go with subscriptions on a user level. Let's point a picture in our heads how this should work. So, thing is, we have billing now. Let's see if we need to change our models or need to remind ourselves. So, for now, we have products and stuff, but I'm not sure if how we will continue with these. These are for one-time payments, and they are here so you can see how this works, and you can pretty easily change this. Chutney, thank you for the nice words. Really like this shirt too. I don't know how this bird is called in English, do you? I don't think it's a colibri in English, but let's look it up ourselves. What's it called? A hummingbird it is, right, a hummingbird. Bunch of them actually. Thank you for watching, means a lot to me. And now back to the task at hand. We have designed our subscriptions with organizations in hand, right? So is this running? No, it isn't. Let's run up the stack again, and if we have a look at our rather simple page now on the web page, we have on the profile we have organizations, right? We can add an organization, we can add members to an organization, and we can add members to an organization, and of course we have our customer portal where we can see our billing stuff. The Stripe test key is expired again, which is fine. We will update this once we do more. Quick reminder, of course, we have created these time-gated secret keys. This has now expired. So, what is something that we care about? We care about doing organizations, not just on the organization level, but also on subscription level. And then we will have feature flags where you can, with a setting here, you can enable organization subscriptions and you can enable user subscriptions. And fine, I guess. How do we achieve this? Let's have a look at our existing models for billing. And then let's check how this is compatible with user subscriptions. And if it isn't, what are the minimal changes we need to do to change? So this is a subscription model we have here. We have a type of subscription plan. Actually, we should have called this subscription plan, not subscription type. Let's make a change for this. So subscription type should be subscription plan. Actually, let's not, because this could also be free or trial or something like this. So let's keep it as is. It does make sense now that I thought about it a bit more. We have a status, which is fine. We have period, start, end, and cancel at. We can use this for both organizations and users. We have the hook on ended, which here needs to be changed, right? So we have we might not just have this for an organization, we might just have this for a user. And this needs some work, tiny work. So this is the webhook entry and yeah, the webhook entry point. This is easy. So here we would need a user instead, right? So I'm not a fan of using this annotation, so we are going to change it to the string-based one, this one. Same as here, right? Yes. Why would it want me to import this? I will remove this afterwards, but I just want to have a look how this I suggested. Mr. Nick 2K1, for your first time chat, welcome. Will we integrate a front-end framework? I've used cookie cutter Django in the past, but dropped the project because I had quite a few difficulties integrating with Vue.js, probably because I was totally inexperienced in the front-end. For this boilerplate or the starter kit, we will not use a JavaScript-based front-end framework. I outlined the reasons quite a few times, but it isn't as hard as you might think. We can do a separate thingy here, but the main reason is that for most of things you need, we could do something like, well, why would you want to have a thing is always question your assumptions, right? So your assumption is you might want to do changes on a website without having it to reload, right? This is probably why you want to add Vue, perhaps, I don't know, tell me if I'm wrong. And like, look at this. I'm not reloading the website and I'm making this an admin or a member, right? Right, so I can just click through this and make changes. Of course, this is very rudimentary, it doesn't look pretty yet, but this was done by using HTMX, right? And it wouldn't be able with Django, but I was able to do this with HTMX. And the thing is, look how Vue code this is, right? This is an import pretty much, like you would add import a table in Vue. And then I have the member, well, this is the member table pretty much. So this is just a table here, right? This table, and it's just part of this big website. And all I have here is this action call with the HTMX toggle member type. And that's it. On the backend here, we of course we have this function which will just toggle the member type. And then render the updated member table, which will be inserted with HTMX here inside this web page. So it's not relevant to have a front-end framework to do this, although most people would think so. So this is the reason why I'm voting against using a JavaScript-based front-end or a separate front-end, because it would also always bring you a second code base to work with, and having a second code base is significantly more work. Testing on, you would need multiple separate staging environments to work with. And overall, this just adds significantly more technical overhead that you probably shouldn't need or don't want on a SaaS business. And I have created a business that had, or a single business that brought me in the high six figures without a front-end framework. Actually, even without HTMX, but HTMX makes it even prettier. So the thing is, if your audience needs super flashy animations and stuff, and really needs this high complexity that you can only achieve with a front-end framework, then you will have to use it. Most other use cases don't need it, and certainly none of mine has yet. And this starter kit will not be catering towards it. Yes, in fact, the problem I have always had is the integration of the two code bases. But effectively, I had never seen it this way. I will try again like this. Yeah, you're very welcome. Have a look at both htmx.org. I will post this in chat for you to research. This is great. Something that's also super awesome is Alpine.js, right? So this is just the minimum. This is how you import it, and you have it looks like this, right? So actually pretty Vue-like. So you might like it. You might be used to it by default, kinda. and it is a super lightweight framework, right? You integrate this into your Django template, right? You don't do this on your own. Sorry, I need to mute my phone. And yeah, have a look at this, right? So this, I mean, this is more Svelte-like, but I'm sure you get used to this very, very easily. And this gives you a lot of stuff, right? You can also have those inline calls, right? So here you have an Axios call. You can also combine HTMX and Alpine.js. They have a very tiny footprint. And this should probably be able to keep you inside one single code base. So for models, we have an organization and a user. Both need to be foreign keys and both need to be blank and nullable, because the session will only be catered for a user or an organization, not both. So what we can do now, of course, is we add a property for, we can call it session email, right? And it's pretty easy. If self.organization and self.organization.owner, we give it their email, right? And otherwise, if self.user, we return a user email. And otherwise this is implicit. And now here, when we send this email, we will not do this one, but we will do self dot, what did we call it? Session email, right? And there we go. Now we have made these small changes, and now this works for both a user and an organization. So for a session, we are fine. What else do we need to have a look at? Webhook config, of course, easy peasy. Here for subscription, this was the one. We can make this property here too. Let's do it for now, and if we find it bad, we will change it later on. Subscription email. Come on. Yeah. Of course, if we have a look at organization, so in the models of organization, here we have organization and it has a subscription here. And this we also need to add to the user too, because otherwise the user won't be able to have a subscription to their name. Very good. So this means then for the billing model, subscription email, we also have self.users first. Do we need to make a related name? Yes, we do. We call this users. Sorry. Very good. Now this is no longer highlighted. This is good. This is good. Everything is great. And then of course here we call self.subscription email. Very good. All of this stays the same, doesn't matter where it's bound to. Let's have a look at the success view from billing. There we go, because we probably grabbed stuff from the metadata, right? Where do we get this UUID from? Yeah, from the metadata. So we want to make the success view work with both a user and an organization. But for that we need to have a look at the add subscription to org or user view. Of course need to change this in the, not in the result, but in the URL here. This was referenced somewhere, I would assume. Yes, here. Okay, so this is an organization UUID. Okay, we will have to think about how we work with this. Maybe actually let's not mix this. Let's make different ones for these and use functions for the duplicate content. So you stay as is. This was just for demonstration. Billing models should be all good. We will need to make migrations afterwards, of course. Now, add subscription. So let's duplicate this and think how we use add subscription to this. Of course, we will call add subscription to user view, and we have a user ID. We don't need a user ID because you will only do this for yourself. So we don't need this because it is login required, which means we already have a user, right? We don't have an anonymous user, we have an authenticated user. Now we are going to create the Stripe checkout session, but we made changes here to include a user, right? So this definitely will be different, right? So we'll have a user here. For the metadata, what are we gonna do? The thing is, the users here, they aren't UUID prefixed. Actually, let's put this down here so you can see this on the stream. So we definitely won't have the line items. And this is something we wanted to make configurable too. So, okay. Do we think about this now or do we think about this later? The question is, do we care? Of course we care, but how do we do this? We want to have the plan for the organization somewhat configurable, right? But this will probably not be configured on the fly so often. So we could do this in our settings file, right? So what we would do on our base settings file for Stripe, we do Stripe org price ID. Not a cast Stripe dot, what are we here? String, sorry. There we go. So we have this Stripe organization price ID, and here we will read this from settings. Oh no, sorry, not here, of course, up there. So this still, everything remains the same here. We have the quantity for this and we're good to go. The address collection required, mode subscription, very good, metadata stuff. Everything here should be the same as before, right? We just made this configurable with a default that's currently the same. Changes we need for add to user is this. We can keep the success URL. We will not have a quantity and we will definitely have a different price here. So what we want is a Stripe user price ID. Yes. Stripe user price ID, very good. And we need to make this, of course, we create this. So we have our product catalog, I think. And we are gonna call this, let's make a new product so you guys see how this works if you haven't been here before. Django fast, sorry, we make this as one word, Django fast user subscription. You will of course make or Django fast plus subscription. It is a recurring thingy. It costs you $10 per month. It doesn't have price included. What are additional options we have here? Flat rate, yes. We do not allow multiple. I always wanted to do something like this, but this is more complicated to implement and it's not relevant for this point. No tax. Of course, you can do different currency if you want. I'm fine. You can choose your currency so you don't pay too much on conversion fees. You can make a separate description for internal usage, which I don't care about. So we have our Django Fast Plus subscription, which is $10 per month, and we add this product. Very well. This is its price. And of course, you could have one for a very good. So we could have changes to the Plus or Premium subscription model here. Very well. What are changes we need? So this is the user view. So we made, no, sorry. What did we call this? We call this Stripe user price ID. AC subscription, a metadata. We are gonna call this user email, right? And this will then of course be request user email. Very good, thank you. We create the checkout session with the ID, the user status. Okay, perfect. So here we're gonna fetch this one. And we're gonna fetch user email. Right, so if not user ID, and not user email, fine. Notice if there is neither. Where do we redirect? We're gonna redirect to home. If org UUID, don't show me stuff now. Okay, let me think. It's the first time I'm actually thinking of it. Quick here, well, you gotta go. Well, thank you for being here. Really means a lot. See ya, take care. So this is the internal stuff, right? Sorry. So sorry, I meant to copy this as well. You go over here. So this happens all the time, right? So this happens either way if it's a user or an organization. We know that it's either of them because otherwise none of those were present. It would have failed this check. Right, so this creates the subscription in our database, and if we have an organization UUID, we do this. Else if we have a user email, we do a Stripe custom ID, which would also have been quite useful to have with the user here. go in here, leave a line here. Nope. Yes. And then this is fine, this is fine, this is fine, and then we this can be done beforehand. And then we redirect to an organization here. Let's actually add a message here. Subscription added successfully. Fine, we want to localize this though. At the very top, we put. So did I leak anything? No, I didn't. Great. Very good. Yeah, we redirect to the organization detail here. Where we redirect here. So we put this over there because we don't need it twice. Where do we redirect now? We will update this to a billing dashboard later. Or actually the detail might have the billing dashboard. Okay, so we repurposed the entire success view to work with both the organization and the user. And this one is new, right? So we add these two URLs for let's do it like this. This works. Okay, so far so good. We will run into the error of the outdated Stripe key, but that's fine. And I will actually use the upcoming error as a sort of mental reminder for what I have in my head right now. We go to the user detail page now, which is a super ugly page. It's this, no, not this one. It is this one. Can I view this without, or, oh no, I have to make migrations already. So we'll make the migrations because of course we made certain changes to to the database schema. There we go. This is the details page, right? So we have my info here, multi-factor authentication, email, and I mean this looks super ugly. We will update this later on. But we will have the action buttons, these two, and action buttons. Yes, so down here we have if requested user dot subscription. This is just for testing purposes now, obviously. Yeah, you do not have a subscription. Okay, very good. I do not have a subscription now. But if I want to add a subscription, we would of course have to redirect somewhere. And the URL is billing add subscription to user, right? So a bit of styling, we make this a button success, let's just call this subscribe, I guess. When you use this starter kit, you will make this better, please. Anyone using this in the future, after this has been completed, show me what you've done with it. Be really interested. So for the row, we will also add a bottom margin of 2, so this doesn't stick. Perfect. Now we are at the error I mentioned before, which means we need to re-roll our secret key. Let's make this 24 hours. Let's be I don't know, daring. We in the local file, so this is the one we want to update. Start the stack. So far so good. Now we shouldn't get this error. Okay, a quantity is required. Now let's have a look at whether quantity is really required or we failed. And as for this, we will go into the API docs from Stripe and have subscription. Actually, we care about plan price. No, it is for a subscription. Subscriptions here. Create a subscription. What is required? A customer, obviously. I think we have this covered. We should. Or it's just checkout session. This is just for checkout session. So we care about the line items. So we all don't care about subscription. We care about checkout session. Create a session. We don't need a customer, right? Because we will get the customer afterwards. So line items, quantity. Let's see for line items if quantity is required. Oh, required unless meter billing. So we are just gonna make a quantity of 1. So but always have a look at the documentation and see if your assumptions were correct. So my assumption was wrong. I thought I wouldn't need it. So, okay, we are good to go. With this one, we are gonna put in our card something. I'm not sure if it is. Yeah, it is required. Let's see if we forgot something, which is entirely possible, or if it worked. Okay, my bad. But it should have worked, or even though I got this error, everything should still be fine. So for the success, we need to have, for user detail, we need to reverse this. With, of course, the argument. So I forgot a line 2. My lovely wife just brought me some coffee, so everything's good. Let's refresh this. Actually, let's start this again. We see a lot of stuff happened here. Subscription added successfully. You have a subscription. Very good. If we have a look at subscriptions here, we see one has started 2 minutes ago, valid for 1 month, and hasn't been cancelled and is in the plus subscription type. So far so good. And now we want to view this customer portal, right? We want to make this usable with both organization and user too. So let's think. Let's do it in an experiment because I'm not 100% sure. I can, of course, call this, right? What if I make a tiny change and, for example, call it like this, right? Of course, this would be none, but is it a problem, or can I just check if it's none? So this would mean I would go to billing/portal. Okay, it is missing the argument. It is required. Does this make it not required? Very good. So now it is no longer required because we added a default here. And so this means that if we have this, we go with this. And otherwise we are going to, let's have a look. Oh, this does exist, right? Yeah. Looked good to me. So you have a subscription. So what are we going? So for URLs we have billing, view customer portal without additional arguments. Oh, no. Actually, none? No, this isn't none, right? What if I do it like this? I have no idea. Ignore the changes that I made here. Let's have a quick try. Oh shit. Yeah, this works, but this isn't what I wanted. Here. Okay. So I will be able to use the same function, but we need a different URL, it seems. So you will be replaced like this. And now if I click manage, I should be redirected to Stripe. Now I have my plan. Which I can cancel. So here for subscriptions, not for, that's not what I meant. Of products, it's a product, sorry. Where's the product? Let's go to the product. Show me the product. View product details. I can add another price here for 20 bucks. And this will not be customer facing, sadly, but I actually would want to have a customer facing one. This premium, this isn't. Okay, weird, sorry. What happens if I have a look here now? How do we create this session? So when creating the session, where is this? Line items. Notice it doesn't exist yet. I'm just trying something out now. This isn't something that I have done before, but the plan is that the user can change here from premium to plus plan automatically. So this would mean that I have this for premium. You stay there. My webhooks are still here, okay. And now we also give the option of premium price ID. So this is just an idea, really. I don't know if it will work. But here I want to cancel the subscription immediately. Ideally we get a webhook with 200, great. Your subscription has ended, has been sent out to the user, very good. Here one of them is cancelled, and if I have a look at my profile, I would see, yes, this is wrong. I'll use subscription dot state. I did write subscription wrong again. So I have got the B subscription, it's active. Now we're going to go to subscribe again. This is not what I wanted, it just adds both of them. Okay, so maybe we need to give them the option of having the multiple prices, but multiple products at all. So let's see what we can, what's required. So line items is required. Adjustable quantity, price data. Okay, so either of them is required. I don't know what price data is. What is price data? Currency product. What is what? Well, price. The idea of a price or plan object. What is a plan? Maybe plan is what we care about. over here we probably should see plans too, right? Plan. Okay, notice this is how much we pay. Okay, plan is for a product. Is to generate a new price object inline. Okay, so this generates something inline. Not 100% sure if this is what we want. This is just for... No, this is for when we're going to create something inline. Okay, this is just for creating something inline when we don't. But we perhaps want to have two fixed things inside Stripe. What is submit type? Nothing we care about. Okay, no. Gotta be something of those. The big ones up here. So a list of the item the customer is purchasing. Use this parameter to pass one-time or recurring prices. So for anyone watching, perhaps you have an idea. My problem here is that if I'm here and let's say let's hope the session is still valid. Yes. So this has already ended, right? So there is no active plan anymore because we changed it. We ended this, right? You can have a look at your invoice here. Actually, let's see if it's been prorated. Shouldn't have been. Should have charged everything. Yes. And if you create, because now if you subscribe, you see both items here. But I don't want to see both items. I want to give you the option of changing from this to this, or from this to this. But let's have a look at the customer portal, because the customer portal is what we do then. So for object, yes, we have a session. This just tells me yeah, so this is it, right? So when creating a portal session, we just give the customer and the return URL, and Stripe knows what the customer is paying or what the customer has, right? So everything here needs to be done beforehand. So the thing is, I have pricing here. Oh, I might just be an idiot. So not creating a portal session. Let's go back to creating a session, because the thing is, I can line items or prices. I want to have price. I want to add a product, right? So what's important for me is to add a product. Price or plan object. Let's just gamble a bit, right? Let's just remove this again. Maybe this is just something that's undocumented. Probably not. But maybe I'm lucky. Okay, no such price. Yes. Haha, I'm just not very literate. Create the monthly price for the basic product. Yes, okay. So far, what's the API? It's just create the product, right? Yeah, don't care about that. Steps to. What's this price for? Where does this price come from? So we go to the product catalog, we add a new product. Let's just do it like this. We are at the catalog. We add a new product. Oh, where was it? So, no, I'm not on. This is the wrong one. Product catalog U. Sorry, I'm gonna make this full screen. You should probably still see most of the relevant stuff. And there we go. Enter the name of your product. Django fast subscription. Let's create a price for the. Wait, here is create the price for the basic. Yes. But here we have basic and starter tier. Where does the starter tier come in? Multiple prices. Okay, let's just not here, but here let's look up starter. Am I too stupid for this? So these are just okay. So these are individual, completely individual things, and you just click on which one you want on the website, but they aren't like built together. Well, that wasn't as great as I hoped it would be. Yes, upgrade, downgrade subscriptions, perhaps this is it. Okay. This is just a change. But I don't want to make this programmatically, I want to have this in the customer portal. This is obvious, this is just me changing with code, right? I just updated subscription with a new item. Then yeah, well, of course. But I want to have this in the customer portal. Switch plan. Oh, okay, this is interesting. So we need to go to the customer portal management thingy. Yes, exit. So subscription. No, this is the wrong one. This is just the pre-built one, right? This is just a test thingy where you log in and stuff. See, the hardest things are those without code. Yeah, show me the low-code integration. Configure the portal. Set a product catalog. Can I also see this with a bit of code? Stripe billing portal configuration create. Billing portal is the billing portal. We aren't using the billing portal, right? We're using the checkout session. I'm not sure if this is gonna be fruitful. Okay, so no such price. Okay, now this should work. Let's just see. Let's just say I'll get this one. Right, I'm just making a test subscription to this, and maybe I can change this afterwards. And all we're doing was for the node anyway. Subscribe, please. Just says cancel plan. Okay, let's go ahead and see how Twitter does it. Maybe we can steal their ideas. So for premium, we can click on manage, switch tier. This is new. Maybe it is. Yeah, so this shows me the session, right? Okay, I can't change tier now here either. Does this perhaps not even work and I'm wasting my time? Because here, if I click on switch tier, then I would assume what happened? I hope I will. Okay, so now what they do is they're just manually changing it too. Right, so that's perhaps not even possible what I wanted to do. Huh. This only works with the self-serve thingy. The one you create here. Or perhaps, haha, maybe this isn't relevant for add subscription to user view, but it is interesting for billing portal session. Maybe for the billing portal we can have a list of changes they can do. So, where are we here? Okay, I really feel the caffeine now, as you perhaps see or hear. Billing portal session. No, this isn't just the event, right? No, I don't want the event. Billing configuration. No, this is relevant. Okay, custom experience. No, I don't want this in customer portal session. Yes, create a portal session. And here I can... Do you have an existing configuration? What is the configuration? Where is... what? What? It's... BPC is a building portal. Building portal configuration. Describing its functionality and features. Oh, this sounds good. I just need to find where it changed. But there it is. Building portal configuration. Oh, it's just down here. Okay, so the building portal configuration probably gives me somewhere all the possible prices. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Default allow updates. This looks good. Price. Allow switching to a different price. Yes, please. Allow applying promotion codes to... don't care. Okay, so this is quite a lot, but this is what we need. What's the time? A list of prices when subscribed to. A subscription can be updated. What? The product ID. The product. Maybe I can just do a product here. Oh boy. Okay. This is a bit intransparent. Create something like this. Can I only create this on business profile? What the heck is this again? Okay, this is good to know. I will put a pin in this. This is definitely something that we are gonna have a look at a later time. I kind of know how to use it now. It's not one of the tasks we wanted to have for today, so let me actually put this up here again. We want to do subs on a user level, and we kind of got lost on this at the moment, which is pretty much isn't what we actually wanted to do. So here I can. Did I click on manage? Yes. So here I can change my plan. I can cancel my plan. Still works until the end. If I cancel, it still stays active because it's still there. I don't know how long I needed. Thank you for your feedback. I still have the option to renew or something else. Return here. I return here. And I click manage. I still see the option to renew my plan, and of course I also see my invoice history. Very good. Okay, so far so good. I just realized something. We are creating the checkout session, right? And we can give this checkout session an already existing customer ID if one exists, I think. So we should probably do this so the user keeps all of the checkout sessions on or the invoices, for example, together. So custom ID if one exists. Yes. So We are for user. Actually, it is none otherwise anyway, right? So let's give this a try. This could work already, but to work, I need to fully cancel this. Cancel now. I will get the webhook call here again. Yes, so this still works, which is well good. We also got the email that the subscription has ended. Over here, this will no longer say manage, but subscribe. Okay, tax ID requires updating business name and customer to enable. To enable tax ID collection for existing, please set customer update name to auto. Yes, I can do this if you give me more info on this. What was it? Customer update. So we have ID, we have a customer update. Name, oh no, it's equals name and auto. I think auto was it, right? Was it auto? You get this. Yes, customer underscore update auto. Okay. So we're gonna try this with this, and then we are also gonna try this without one. So do we have information pre-filled? Yes, so we still have our pre-filled information with an email, our card. I'm purchasing as a business. I could still add this here too. Good. Yeah, great. But if we go to the admin page and of course perhaps want to remove something. Selected organization, we also want to have Stripe custom ID and yeah, of course, show me the subscription too. Oh, come on. So we remove the custom ID. What happens if we click here now? Custom can only be used with customer. Okay, so we need to update this. Actually, this makes this a bit tedious. Let's see how bad this looks. If a request dot user dot stripe customer ID. Then do this. And else do this. Do we forget? Are you unhappy? Of course, all of you should be one level higher. There we go. I think at least, yes, so this should work now without anything here. Great. So we get new data here, and customers, which was my lovely customer. I think this one was the one I used all the time. Could be. Where is your ID? Let's just put in any ID, and if we click on subscribe now, we should preload and should still work. Very good. Okay, so now this is also working. What was our task at hand anyway? Subscriptions on user levels. So this works now, right? We need to fix our decorators now too. That's pretty much it, right? Should be similar to this one. So the decorator is also for this. So now this decorator with subscription required also works with this. Actually, does it not? You need to have an active subscription of either of these of either type to access, right? And okay, hang on. So this, if everything's good, we're done here. Let's change this if a bit. So if the user has a subscription, if the subscription is active, and no, if the subscription is active and this is valid, yes. Else, you need to have an active subscription of either of these types on the page, yes, and then we will redirect them to user detail. So this is if the user has a subscription. I'm not happy with this. We go enable user level subscription. Yeah, go on, type the rest, please. True. And organize level subscriptions, yes. Okay. Usually you would only have one of these two, right? So we are gonna handle this like this. If settings dot user level subscriptions. So now if we are with user level subscription, right? So if the user has a subscription, then we check whether this is active and if it is required, if it is accepted. Yes. So let's put this one level over here. Okay, I lost my thread here. So if the user has a subscription, it needs to be active and inside. If not, you need to have an active subscription. Actually, I'm not sure if it isn't smart to just do it like this. So if the user has a subscription, no, sorry, what I meant, if it isn't smart to do it like this. So if the user has a subscription, it also needs to be this. If any of these ifs fail, which of course means that we can make an and here. Probably easier to read. If the user has a subscription and it is active and it is an accepted type, so it's a premium or plus depending on what you set it to, the function will be viewed. Otherwise, we get the error, you need an active subscription of either type to access this page, and then we will see the accepted types. Could also write this. Something that I kind of like the syntax is this. Right, so this does pretty much the same. So if it's none, then this fails, so this will be set to this. This looks fine to me. If we enable user level subscription, then we're fine. Now, down here, if, my bad, enable org level subscription. Actually, this is the same code, really. I see. Okay. So let me scroll out. Oh, sorry. Of course, not what this shortcut, what this hotkey does anymore. So we see both now, right? The user level subscription. It checks if the user subscription if it's active and it's accepted, and it does the stuff, and pretty much the same as here. But we built the above without knowing the below, so it kind of validates my thinking. I hope. This is wrong. It's not user UUID, it's just ID. Because this doesn't inherit from base model. Here, user, yeah, we have primary key. Okay, so we could do primary key instead of ID2, which probably is the smarter one. So we should use primary key everywhere. So, no, hang on. This needs to be inside here. Right, so you wouldn't care about a selected organization if we're here. Okay, we did a lot of logic stuff. Now let's actually try if this works. So I myself, do I have a subscription? I do not. What is a page that I could have a look at? Let's look at anything from the URLs. Let's look at... Thing is, we don't have much on... okay, home, right? So this is the home page. Oh, this is declared differently, sadly, because this is declared like this, because it's boring. But we can just wrap this in subscription required, right? It also works like this. Yeah, it works like this, but it's not called subscription required, it's called something else. Not here, here, subscription, active subscription required. URLs, where are you? Like this. Come on, you can import this. Oh, user is not a registered namespace. Users, my bad. Decorators, where are you? Users, detail. So here something happened and I just got scared like hell. RO Cloud, thank you for following. Welcome. Tell me how you got to the stream. Hope everything's fine on your end. Okay, so if I go to home, it says you need an active subscription of either type to access this page, Plus or Premium. And it went there because I have set this to true. Right, so if I set this to false, I should be redirected to the organization thingy. Oh, right. Good catch. This, of course, does no longer have that name. It's to organization. So I go to home and it says you need an active subscription of either type. So now it goes to the organization detail. Good. Let's go back to the base. Now that we know that we are good to go. Let's subscribe. Let's add a subscription. Yeah, we keep our already added payment data. Browsing, recognizing Django. So stop browsing. Well, thank you for joining. Tell me what you're doing with Django. I probably should do some kind of overview what I'm doing, right? So actually, let's tell me what you're doing while I do some Nightbot stuff here. We add a command which we're gonna call project, which I think is fitting. Let's put in this latest blog post. And add this. So if we type project in chat now, yeah. I probably should also add this to my channel overview, because otherwise newcomers like you don't really have an idea what I'm doing. Also, my hair is looking very interesting. Project, actually, my project actually not very smart. So, where were we? You're not developing. You're developing for fun, but you like it very much. Yeah, well, it's awesome. It's really, really great. Our decorator works. Now we have our subscription gating here, and we are good to go. Let's actually set this to false now, and also make a subscription for the organization. Okay, so I need to have a subscription with my organization. We should probably also use the existing subscription, this one, right? So if org.extract custom ID something else, so we're passing here and you go there. We need to add additional information here. So what we need to add, and I can't remember off the top of my head, is of course add the customer. Very well. The issue is I can't really modify these later on. I can't really do a builder. I'll answer your question in a second, Claude. Give me a moment, please. We need to have the customer update set to auto to. This is an open source project, kinda. So everything that's been added here has been done on stream. So technically, if you watched all the streams, you would have all the code. I will make this available at a later point, but I don't want to have this open source now because I don't want to have anyone contribute to this, because I promised that I would do everything on stream. If this makes sense. So once this is done, I will distribute this to all the community members. So every now and then there will be all these socials posted, right? So we can also do !socials, I think. Yes, and if you're part of either of these for a longer time, you will have access to this. Because the thing is, I think what I'm doing here, what I'm building here, slowly but surely, will be the absolute best Django starter kit, better than all the other ones available out there. But I want to have this as a community building tool, right? So you would have to be inside the community to get this for free, or for super cheap at least. I'd like to see the code as I see some interesting stuff. I also like the way you are writing code. So when it's available, I will browse it. Well, gladly. Make sure to join the community to be able to do so. So join us on Discord or follow on X or Twitter or yeah, Discord is super important to be there because we are talking about all the plans there. And yeah, if you subscribe to the newsletter, you get the weekly updates and whatever we plan to do in the future. So now this also works. We have the login gating has been fixed with both user level subscription and organization level subscription. Great. So we have feature flags. Yes, feature flags are done. Subs and user level work now too. Which means we have about an hour for feature flags. We will have a feature flag for organizations, really. So enable organizations. This is wrong. Organizations. And now we're going to have a look at the existing context processor for user, which gives you this constant available in every single template, right? And we want to have something like this for billing too. So we're just going to blatantly copy this over here. For, it's not all of the settings, we're going to call this feature flags. Okay, we're gonna move this over to organizations and not into. Actually, we're gonna put this into utils because it will be for a lot of different things. Enable organizations will be Pretty much the same here. Enable organizations. Good. Context processors. We put this into the utils package. Okay. We need to load the context processor in our base py file. Here. Let's write it ourselves. I think we want Django fast. That's not settings context. Just when we thought AI would take over. Can't even read the function. Okay, so now we would, let's have a look. Let's do some super silly stuff. Here, this is just to show you, we have true. We have enabled organizations, and if we were to disable this, there we go. And we can use this flag everywhere to check whether we want to display stuff for organizations. And this will be here, for example. So if organizations are enabled, then we want to see this organizations tab. Simple as that. So here, if, oh sorry, this is completely wrong. This one, right? Enable organizations. If we set enable organizations to false, it's no longer here. Of course, it is still accessible here, but we will we'll make sure to do this with middleware. Thing is, this is not read from the database, this is read from in memory, so this is accessible everywhere, and we are going to do this in a smart manner. So here is middleware. A couple different middlewares here already. Let's have a look at one of them. Okay, this is a more complex one. Is there an easy one? So we have this one for sync, get the response, just a possible response, and then you would change stuff from responses. Okay, yeah, this could work, but let's go with the official Django documentation. Django create middleware. And I'll tell you what is do we want to make this function based or class based? I don't really care. Make a new file which we call middleware. I like this function based usually. I don't know, this just comes more natural to me instead of this. What do you guys prefer? Do you like function based or class based for this? It is pretty much the same thing, right? Because what this does is makes this callable, like that insta callable class. So it's pretty much just the same as this. We are gonna stay with this. So for the middleware, we have the request. And what do we want to do? Let's give this a name. Let's just let's call this organization enabled middleware. So if organizations are in yes. From shortcuts. So what we have a look at the request path, right? So the request path would be whatever's in the URL. So here we have organizations. And if we have organizations disabled, we wouldn't want to view any of this. Neither this, nor the detail, nor anything else. We want to pretty much block the entire namespace. And yeah, that's kind of it, right? We want to probably add a message. Organizations are not enabled. So we cut it short, otherwise we just return the response. Looks good to me. Let's add this to our middlewares here. The order here matters by the way. So if you put this above the security middleware, it would have certain implications. You want to have this, of course, technically this doesn't matter too much, but you want to have this, see, this isn't important, right? It's important security and stuff, so let all the security stuff be completed beforehand, and also with the authentication, for example, and then add this. But I wouldn't need to import this. This is string based. Okay, also this is also highlighted, never mind. The organizations are not enabled. You see, I was going to the organization tab and it tells me organizations are not enabled. So the thing is, of course, if we remove this from the profile here, from the navigation bar, a normal user wouldn't click through there and get there anyway, right? But however, we will also need to safeguard ourselves from users clicking to stuff where it shouldn't, right? So because if they can find the URL and access the URL without us having it in the navigation bar, and we of course don't want to have anything working then. So do we share anything here? No, this is only organization. Because if we, like, for example, don't have a smart code style, we would perhaps have some shared functions here, which we would also block. And this would of course not be that great. Okay, so I can't get to organizations anymore. I also can't add an organization because organizations are no longer enabled. So far, so good. Let's enable them though and see if all's good. Now they are enabled. So I see them here in the nav bar again. If I click on this, everything works again. Okay, we're gonna keep them enabled because I will want to see them and add some styling to this. And good. So now this is how our feature flags are implemented, right? Rather easy. You could also make this not on a settings level, but on the database level, where you read a database configuration. And that's kind of it. But I wouldn't recommend it because it's more load for a database. For every view, you would have a load to the database. You could also cache this. We will add caching later on too, or I will show you how to add caching. So you would have this in Redis and it would be accessible easier. But at a later time. Here, what are our issues? Make org subscription plans configurable. Not sure this is so relevant anymore. Actually we did, right? We made it configurable with the base settings here, right? So organization price ID. I think this is good. This is fine. So this is fixed, and we also have subscription on a user level. Make subscription level editable in config, which is enable organization level, enable user subscription. So we actually got quite a bit of progress this time. So if you are watching this on YouTube later on, again, I will answer all the questions that you have on YouTube. I did answer a couple of them yesterday. So, okay, the question was which keyboard I'm using. Worst. It's not just because I'm using the Q10LS. I'll show you this beauty. It's really awesome with the brown switches. Really nice one. Yeah, 2 questions, answered them both. Oh, this was more praise than a question. But if you have any question, let me know. But if you are watching this, a recording of this, and you are experiencing community building or how to get more people to watch, please give me a shout, and I would love to work with you. This is paid options are available. I can pay you for doing this. So fine by me. So just let me know. Oh, the chat is super long now. Does the chat cover my face already? Let me quickly check if this is possible. Theoretically, it would be possible, right? Oh, where's the chat? Here. Yes. Let's prevent this quickly. I almost guessed the right number. No, with this is overlapping with other stuff. I was nowhere near guessing the right number, actually. There we go. Well, hope nothing of importance was there. So let's put today's tasks down there, maybe. Although we're pretty much done with all these tasks, right? Subscription user level has been done. We have run the pre-commit hooks. Any unnecessary else after return statement. Okay, yeah, that's true. We'll have to admit. Anything else? What's the issue here? A missing explicit return to return non-null value. What? Oh, so if... Wait, hang on. So we define a function and we return view function this. Oh, so what happens if neither of those are... If we have neither user level subscription enabled nor organization level subscriptions? Actually, I see the chat isn't showing everything. Right, there are questions afterwards. Okay, I will have a look at this later. This is not that important. So for this, if we have, what do we do if there's neither of them? If we don't have the subscription enabled, should we? No, we probably should do something like this. then we redirect home. Probably that's the best option. Okay. Good catch. Anything else? Why? It looks fine to me. Why is an implicit optional? It is pretty. So we have this string or none, right? Is that the issue? Yes. Okay. That was true. Okay, so this will need an explicit none. What do we want to return otherwise? I mean, this... Does this do anything, really? Or does it... Okay, but there are good things. Okay, fine. It's just a regular if then. If organization ID we got there. But if neither of them are, then we already redirected there. So this isn't possible. Thank you for subscribing to my YouTube, whoever of you that was. Great. Yeah, okay, we're the same here. Okay, so this could technically return none, could it? I don't think it can, because over here, if neither of them is, but it's just code smell, I would assume. Let's make this the default then. So if they're on this, okay, it's, yeah, well, if that is a agreed upon convention, then I will bow to it. Okay, fine. Okay, good. So far so good. I'm also still not a huge fan that black has been removed in favor of rough, but I'm kind of too lazy to update it myself, so I probably shouldn't cry too much. Where's the black pre-commit hook? Actually, let's do it the other way around, right? Let's go to cookie cutter Django. This one. Go over here and over there. Trigger the blame. Rough is formatted. Why? I mean, I complained about this before, but the reason is I don't know why. So it's in this release. What isn't this tag or what? Show me the commit, right? So this is the commit. This is the commit. Does this reference any? See, this doesn't even reference any issue. I don't know why this has happened, but I don't like it. But luckily, I can change this if I find it. So here, the repository would be this one. Why are you laughing at me? What's the revision? Is it the... Oh boy, yeah. How long am I streaming for? Half an hour? I'm not sure if I can live for so long. So the hooks, the idea is just black. And this should be it, I think. Can you give me the raw at that time? So this is what I wanted. Yeah, okay, it was correct. So if we run on this again, so let's remove today's tasks because they're fine. So black will be initialized. I can probably make some configurations for black too. For example, the line length. Okay, how many files have been changed? A lot. Okay. This has been changed because of me though. Where are you? Where's my URLs pie? It's the wrong one. The config one, this one. I of course don't want this. I don't want this wrapped anymore, so you go away, so do you, and you make a fine line on your own. Tuck, tuck. Oh, I'm missing this one. Okay. Because I don't want to have the subscription gate on the regular one. See how nice this is? I make changes here and I save, like my auto save. And the pre-commit formatter keeps my settings because we use the same pre-commit thingy. So there's a new additions. So funny enough, this on the left was a file that has been there from, yeah, whatever, I'm not gonna talk about it. We're using black and we're fine. Can I, the thing is, I'm not sure which line length I have set. If it's 88 or 120, okay, I do have 88 as well. Okay, then never mind, I'm not gonna bother. I usually like to run 120, but since I have this super big resolution here on screen, I probably keep 88. Maybe I'll change this before I release this, but I'm not sure. Just for interest, this is in the hook, just not in the hook. Okay, whatever. Okay, I got the blame here. I removed rough and I put in black again because I like black more. Black, of course, is the Python code formula. And number 16, revamp subscription. I typed subscription correctly first try. Structure, add feature flags for a couple of things actually. We did so much more though. We also added context processors and stuff, but I'm fine with leaving it at that. What to do again? This is for you guys, where you can set your Stripe prices or add additional ones. Okay, fine. I'm actually pretty happy with today's progress so far. We have no issues up anymore. What are the pull requests? Bump rough. I don't think so. Where do we have it? We have it in our local. Local, sorry. I didn't even know it was here, but you are now gone. And this pull request will be denied. Not sure if I'm a bit stubborn here with going so heavy on black, but okay, these I can accept. These are fine. Minor bump from traffic is probably also fine. Or probably is pretty sure also fine. Sphinx, no, thank you. I don't care about this. Actually, I don't want to have Sphinx in here at all. Where is Sphinx? Where is this even in the local file for the auto documentation? Okay, you go away. I don't want you at all. We can't bump Django because our code is not compatible with this, because Celery still isn't supported on Django 5. So this is why I won't work with it. You can be close to... So why does the mypipe check fail? Okay, just for linting issues. I don't care. We will fix linting ourselves. Next request. Yes, this is fine. Yes, Sentry update is good too. I probably should do a completed merge or a complete merge, not separate ones, but this is good too. Is this running actions every time? Please don't tell me. No. Okay, all good. Of course, here we made changes locally too, which means we are gonna rebase main. I don't even have any other branches yet. So invigorating, really. So we call this remove unneeded dependencies, and we are gonna kick Sphinx and rough. Yes. Because I think I also removed the Sphinx from the services, right? I think it was a separate service this time. So far so good. Okay, so what's up next? Let's have a look at our overview. Plans for next week. Verify Stripe webhooks. Very good. Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so it's only Tuesday and I've already finished everything for this week. Actually, I want to have a talk about the future of the live streams. Give me 1 second. Because the thing is, the live streams, I'm really enjoying live streams. Don't get me wrong. But I have to admit, streaming to eight viewers is great too. 8 viewers currently, which is awesome. But there isn't much activity in chat, which kind of makes me feel like I'm pretty much alone. Most of the time, anyway. The issue is that streaming takes up a lot of time, right? I have to be completely honest. So streaming today, I was streaming for. Actually, let's get some stats going. Today, I'm streaming for 3 hours and 40 minutes again. If I wouldn't stream, then I would be extremely fast, or would be significantly faster developing, right? Because I wouldn't have to explain everything. But for stream and analytics, this last 7 days, 7 days? No, last 30 days. Okay, but probably last 7 days is pretty similar. Okay, let's just say last 30 days, but it's only 2 weeks, or last 2 weeks. Last 2 weeks, excluding today, I streamed for over 20 hours, which, I'm probably allowed to show this, right? So I'm gonna, there's a revenue on there, and I don't think I can allow. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the other stats, right? So there's 8.8 average viewers, which looking at the current number is, we're actually better now with 10 viewers, great. 66 new followers, but it's great, right? And 6 subscribers, love every one of you. The only thing is that the growth has been great before, but it has kind of stagnated, right? And I know I'm a bit crying here, but while I have to watch the 10th episode today. What I don't want to be crying around for because there are too many or too few viewers or anything. Not at all. But the thing is though that the growth kind of stagnated, and while I'm not in this for the money, I would love to see constant growth. I'm a person that wants to grow all the time, and so do the numbers have to grow. And I made some posts on Reddit, of course. Honestly, most interaction came from Reddit, and probably also most views on Twitch, right? There are some like RO Cloud today that came from Twitch naturally. But overall, if we have a look at this, a lot of views here. Of course, the best post I ever made on Reddit was this one, which has almost 200k views, great upvote rate, people seem to be really interested, but this was a one-off event, right? So, but this is stuff that I did one-off and people really loved this, right? But I'm doing this now all the time, and there are a few, like 5 very, very awesome followers in this community that are very active all the time and watch as much as they can, and those are really appreciated. But I would love to constantly see the community grow, and if you as a viewer now have an idea and tell me what to do or how to grow, or are an expert and can grow this community alongside me, I'm willing to pay for this, please reach out. Because otherwise I might dial back on the streaming a bit, only stream for like 4 hours a week on 2 days, or together 2 hours per day and 2 days total, and otherwise perhaps focus a bit more on YouTube, because YouTube growth is also relevant. I'm not sure, I'm really fishing in the dark here. I'm obviously not an expert in this entire social thing and community building. So if you are an expert, please reach out and give me a shout. So, otherwise, what's needed? What's required for the boilerplate? Still. So, share your requirements. I've gotten some great things here, which I will read out as a last resort. But this one was the update, right? Yes, 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 yes. This can be improved. Of course, we didn't write that many tests. Yes, we did this today. Yes, 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 yes. Not yet. This will be at the very end. We already have this, although it's not active. Yes. Last one. Yes. Yes. And once we are live. So this would be the option where I would have a look at other. We have been reviewing SaaS packages last time, what they are offering, and what we can offer. We don't have an e-commerce store. I really don't think you should do an e-commerce store with Django. Period. Let's have a look at their thingies. Okay, honestly, this functionality is already inside our application too. See, they are using DJ Stripe, and you will have to run this command every time, and I don't think that's great. Okay, I don't think this is a. With all due respect to the developers of SaaS packages, did a great job, but I don't think this is a huge topic. We did this. We have this. Yes, I don't think we need this. I think this is useless too. But if you, do you guys think 9 viewers here? At least someone, please answer me. Do you think you need something like this? Is all just an API wrapper to any of the OpenAI stuff? Do you think this is good to sell or just for getting some attention? What do you think? Your choice of React or HTMX. I won't introduce React for reasons I said already. Won't do this. Yeah, blog. Right. Do we want to add a blog in Wagtail? I've done this on the community thingy, right? So if we have a look at a public repository, this one. Where is it? I think it is there. We have a blog, I think. Oh no, this was the other one. Oh, this one, I think. It's also public though. I did edit it. I did add it somewhere. I'm 100% sure. What other repositories are there? Oh, full cycle devs, perhaps that. Yeah, we have a block here. So I already added this once on stream, so if you don't care about this, I might not need to do this again. I mean, it is pretty easy to implement, but yeah. Actually, I'm gonna ask you if you care about the blog on a post. Background tasks, something we did already today. I don't know, it's not hard. It's not tough. Actually, I have a half an hour, I think, to still talk about this. So let's do this. The reason why I am only showing you my beautiful face is because I'm opening up my email program, and I will read some emails for some emails people sent me for sorry, some emails with requirements people sent me, and they asked me to not make their I read this verbatim here. You may discuss my requirements, but please don't post this email verbatim or reveal my email address or name. So I won't do this. There's been a few people writing me emails. One of them has allowed me to read it out. So, hey, I'm going to read it to you, but I can't show you because I don't want to leak their data or their name. Hey, thanks for doing this. Some things that I think would be really important are, first, being able to set it up from a script, I think is really important. Similar to how we install Django cookie cutter, it would speed up development by a lot. This way each person can have a personal repository called SaaS template. Every time they want to spin up a new service, they would run /setup, new repo name, and the new folder would be created, the parent directory. Okay, yes, we will do something like this. I also think Stripe subscriptions are very important. I'd love to see that done the right way. We did this. I think the billing app should be included in the template. Is this done? I think this is done. Given that we're creating a template, I think it's safe to say people would be hosting multiple projects on the same server. So I think it's good to go over how to do that. Next part might be overkill, but how to monitor usage on your server if you know to need increased resources. So for this one, let's jump into the editor again. If you were to do multiple instances, yeah, you would have. And then I won't add. I'll be honest, I won't add it for reasons of unneeded complexity and actually, hang on, there is something like Coolify. Yeah. This is something I also wanted to explore, right? Coolify was something kind of relevant. Self-hosting superpowers is their slug, but this also sounded like something that's easy to or is pretty beautiful for hosting stuff, and it's something I need to check out really, because this could be actually pretty cool. So let's go back to the email. People are leaving already, but it's fine. So if there was a way to speed up the whole Cloudflare, Mailgun, etc., all the third-party stuff, that would be great, just because I think that's the only thing that would take a lot of time for people. But if there's no way to speed it up, we probably just need to get better at it as we create more software. Kind of agree. Cloudflare was I think you mean for the domain stuff? All of these things are one-off, and you need to create this once for whenever you create a new product or a new web app. So I'm not sure if this is something worth automating too much, because ideally you would only do this a couple of times in your life. I know there are a lot of things. Just wrote down what I thought was important, and I think you can pick the best from here. Thanks for all you're doing, and thank you for sending me this email. And I will mark down the setup script. The rest we've already done by now. Okay, so then there is one more. Hi, I think including setting up an application for multi-tenancy would be super useful, as most B2B app requires some form of that. Also, including some form of data tables that implements filtering, sorting, pagination, etc. would also be helpful. Okay, we can do this too, of course. Multi-tenancy is done, right? We're finished with that. And data tables will come naturally when we do more. So now this is the email that I'm not allowed to read verbatim. So I will filter out requirements of each paragraph and we'll discuss them with you. Okay, they sent me a description of their product. So they built a way too complex and too fancy front end, which was a problem, and they hope that they can use HTMX to sidestep most of the JavaScript, which is good, which is what I showed before with the Vue example. You mostly don't need the separate JavaScript front ends, especially if you are focused on something with good functionality. If all your product is just bells and whistle and you need to sell by doing flashy animations, then well, I'm the wrong person to teach you anyway. Okay, so what they sent in was a layout suggestion for the boilerplate. Okay, huge idea that they have. Amazing product that they have in the work for over 5 years now. I don't want to mention much of their details because they seem to be very protective, which is completely fine. Okay, so what they is essentially they want to have a guide or a structure on how to be able to build something very quickly with a simple front end. Okay, sure. Great idea. I am finished reading this, and an example that they sent in was the structure of Redis. So this is now full screen, which is bad for you. Let me make this smaller again. Okay, it still looks the same, just a bit pushed together. So this is a 3-column layout. They described it to me as a 3-column layout. So they want to have something like this. Yeah, we can do something like this. I'm not sure if I understand the email correctly, but yes, we can do something like this. I like also, of course, like the style. This is very brutalism. Also what Gumroad has. So yeah, fine. So okay, this is good. So we have something for user impersonation. This is a one-liner. Fine. Feature flags. Yes, we have this. Yeah, without pushing any code. If you do this without any code, you would need to store this in the database, and having this in the database would mean additional load. Fine with having this in the base file. Two-factor authentication. Yes, we already have this out of the box. Funny enough, here if you have a look at the page is down. If you have a look at the at the file here, where are you? You already have the two-factor authentication here, right? You have to put in my super safe password, and you have your authentic. Actually, let me try this. This is really nice. I haven't played this through, but it seems to be awesome. Let's scan this QR code. It says adding account. Don't you guys dare stealing my thingy. Okay, so the code is 601911. Okay, those are my recovery codes, and then that's fine. So if I sign out now and sign in this email, I'm prompted for two-factor authentication, which is awesome. It's still the same one, so I'm gonna wait for one cycle. 666-865, sign in. Okay, that's very awesome. So we have two-factor authentication out of the box, which they probably had to implement with a bit more workload. So can I delete this account now? How? There we go. I want to delete it. Can I delete it? Yes. Okay, so I actually probably shouldn't delete it because I will need this to log in, right? So my profile, two-factor authentication, deactivate. Okay, so I would have expected that I would need another authentication to deactivate. Perhaps we can actually, for certain activities, require another confirmation. Will be interesting, perhaps. Okay, so the stream is going really slow now, so I think I'm gonna call it rather soon. What's up for next? I don't know when the next stream will be. I would have theoretically have time this week, but I would need some recommendations on what to do next. Otherwise, next up will probably be some styling and stuff. And maybe we have a look at Coolify. Yeah, I don't know, a landing page stuff will also be required once, but I'm fine with this. So we stream for more than 4 hours, which means that I will probably leave now. If there is anything else you care about, guys, drop me a question in the chat or follow on all the socials. Where's my profile? Here it is. I'm posting the stream stats on Twitter if you care about this. If you don't, well, follow me anyway. So we did some interesting stuff with Stripe today. It's all good. We did. Yeah, I think progress today was pretty nice. Let's look at our commits from today. I mean, we have to deduct all the merges here. So verify Stripe, code style improvements. This one was a big commit. Yeah, I think this is just great code. Middleware, emails. Everything's fine. Did we gain followers? 4 followers, I think, today. Below, significantly below average, but that's okay. I think I probably need to like market/advertise a bit on other sides or sites. Maybe the streams are getting too boring for a lot of people. I don't know. I'm really, or perhaps people just don't have the time to watch for these many hours, which is fine too. I don't think I can expect this. Thing is, I could also like make shorter YouTube videos from the streams, but I'm not that great at editing, so I'm a bit stuck here. So on the YouTube Studio we have, where are my videos? Yeah. Okay, so videos will be published, by the way. If you care about them, follow, or you're probably watching on YouTube now anyway. Alright, then that's it. I'm gonna see you on the other media. I'm not sure when the next stream will be, so check the other media. So I will call it for today, and that's it. See ya. Bye bye.